Okay, welcome in. This is Jenny at Seven Chakras Tarot. We are doing our weekly all signs love readings from Aries through to Pisces in zodiac order. Starting off with Aries then, I'm going to do a 9-card spread. I'll get 3 cards for how you're feeling, 3 cards for how your person's feeling, and get 3 cards for the outcome. I'll clarify why they feel the way that they feel. I'll get messages from them and I'll get you some advice from Spirit, okay? So these are readings for the final week of June. Happy Father's Day if you're watching in the UK. So these are love readings. They're about 30 minutes long, okay? So if you're looking for Taurus, it'll be half an hour. If you're looking for Gemini, it'll be an hour, and so on. I will not be offended if you come on and then go away and come back again, because that's a long time to wait. Timestamps will be added after I've finished recording. And I do post them as individual readings as well. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Aries' highest good. How is Aries feeling in this final week of June 2026 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Aries is feeling, please. So it's going to be like a timeline with the most recent cards at the front. So Aries, you've got the Fool reversed. This is the Surrealist Tarot deck, by the way. I absolutely love it. It's off Temu. Okay, so 0. So the Fool. The Fool is ready to take a leap of faith into a new chapter. Okay, so the numbers in tarot go from 0 right the way through to 10. 10 is the end of a cycle. Okay, so this will be the start of a new cycle. Now, when it's reversed, you're unwilling to take a leap of faith, okay? If you don't want to do a bungee jump, it's because you fear that the rope is going to snap, okay? If you don't want to get into a relationship, it's because you fear that you'll get hurt, okay? Or you don't trust the person. So something like that. Next card out, the Judgment. Okay, so there's some sort of higher calling. You're being called to take action. The universe wants you to take action, Aries. Don't bury your head in the sands. Don't be a wuss or a wimp. If you have legitimate concerns, then raise them with this person. You know, give them a probation period. If they don't rise to the occasion, you know, from day one, then they're likely not going to. So it only takes a week or 2. You know, 2 weeks of dating, 3 weeks of dating. Are they holding the door open for you? Or are they walking ahead of you and walking like they're not with you? Are they okay to have a photo with you? To remember, you know, like your date? Or are they trying to avoid being, you know, seen online? Are they offering to pay for the bill? Or are they happy to split the bill? Or are they willing to let you pay? For me, and I'm very traditional because I'm a Taurus, if you go on a date and you are the man, you are trying to keep this person safe. You're trying to let them know that you're happy that they're spending time with you, that you're not going to hurt them, that you mean well, that you value them. Why would you make them pay for their own stuff? If someone says, should we split the bill, that indicates to me, in a very classy way, that they don't, you know, see it going anywhere. Or if they offer to pay, but then they say thanks for a lovely evening and then don't message after that. Again, it's a classy way of saying I'm not really interested. If they were interested, they'd be hot on it and they'd message me the next morning saying I woke up thinking about you. You know, there's ways of being classy, isn't there? And I just think these etiquettes where you should always be respectful. I'm not saying let the door go in someone's face and that's a way of letting them know that you don't want to see them again. That would not be classy. But this is what people do. Like, without laughing about it, people test you to see what you're willing to put up with. And that's not good. That's not good, but it's what people do. They test you to see what you're willing to put with. In the same way that a guy might try to not do gentlemanly things and see if you're willing to put up with it. And when I say gentlemanly things, let me give an example, like they want you to get yourself there and just meet them somewhere. It's already, like, not very nice, is it? Like, what, I've just got to get myself somewhere and then you're going to look through the window to see whether you like it or not. No. You're going to pick me up. Thanks very much. You want to take me out, you're responsible for me. A girl might say, can we go shopping? I need to pick up a few things. Would you mind getting that? I've not brought my purse out. You know, that's not a good indicator that someone's really into you, is it? If there's always something that they need you to buy every time you see them, or, well, you didn't bring me anything, that's not very romantic. You know, like, no. No. My voice sounds weird. Why does my voice sound weird? I don't know what to do about that. What do you mean it sounds weird? Is it going in and out? What's it doing? I don't know how to sort that out. I don't know what's wrong with it. It might be because I'm uploading a video. I'm uploading a finance reading, so it might sort itself out in a minute. Shall I pause the upload? Hang on. Right, I'll come back on in 6 minutes when that video is finished uploading. Hi, Harry. What does my voice sound like? It might be because I'm uploading a video. Alright, I'm going to waste a bit of time. And it says 4 minutes, so I reckon in the next 2 minutes we'll be alright. I'll just waste a bit of time till that's finished uploading. Yeah, it says 3 minutes. Hang on. Right, I will go and get myself a matcha latte, and then I will continue. don't think I can type on here. Right, I'll be right back. Guys, I am coming back. I'm just waiting for a video to finish uploading. Look at the pottery that I made last week. In 1 minute, we'll be able to have normal sound again. It's just finishing uploading a video. Right, let me check if that video is finished. Okay, let me know if the sound is any better now. Is the sound okay now? Or do I need to restart the live? Because that'll be why the sound was weird. So if you've just come in, we're on Aries, okay? The Fool's reversed, so you're either worried about not being able to trust that this person is going to catch you when you fall, or you're just worried about getting hurt generally. But the Judgment is telling you to act, Aries, okay? There's a call to act. I'm just going to see if I can keep an eye on the chat using my laptop. Because I don't like that I can't control it. People are writing all sorts. Hi, Shock VR. I'm just setting up my laptop, see if I can control the chat from there, because I can't control it from my phone through Streamlabs. Yay! I can chat to you through my laptop, okay? I've managed to do it. I'm not very technical, sorry. I'm a relatively new YouTuber. I've been doing this for like 2 years. Right, success. Because I don't like not being able to control the chat. Okay, hi everyone. Sorry about that. I don't like continuing if I think it's going to be a waste of my time because I'm going to use most of the day to do this. Okay, another card for Aries then. Oh, it's so much better being able to see what's happening on a bigger screen. Seven of Pentacles. Okay, so the Seven of Pentacles upright is looking back, it's reflecting, it's taking stock. It's looking at what's been cultivated so far. Okay, going into the recesses of your mind, looking back at the past. How were things functioning? Let's get, I do think it's your past experiences that are making you afraid to dive into love again. Let's see who's showing up for you then. Hi, Christina. Thanks for the emojis. Right, who's showing up for Aries? Hi, Void, Timo. Sound is okay, thank you. Thanks, Christina. The Ace of Pentacles reverse. So that's so strange because this person is mirroring you. Now, we can't have the same card twice, but the Ace of Pentacles is all about new beginnings. So with that being reversed, there isn't a new beginning as far as this person's concerned. And it might be because you're refusing to offer one because you're afraid. I don't bother doing my nails now because I do the tarot on a Sunday and then I have pottery on a Monday, and you can't throw pots with long nails. Not unless that's part of the style anyway, to have like big cuts in them. We like Edward Scissorhands trimming the pots. The Three of Wands. Okay, so the Two of Wands is the stage before this one. And in the Two of Wands, there's two wands because there's a choice. Do I go left or right? Do I stay or do I leave? Do I pick this person or that person? Do I stay single or do I dive into love again? Okay, so there's some sort of choice in the planning phase. Once you get to the Three of Wands, they've grabbed the wand and they're now walking off with it, okay? Because they're starting off on that journey. It's time to actuate it. They've made the decision. It's time to take action. The Three of Pentacles. Okay, so this person wants to work together. They want to collaborate with you. Three of Pentacles is, well, 3 is a number of community. It's about teamwork. It's about coming together and each contributing to some sort of higher goal, some sort of purpose, some sort of aim. You know, like the way Gaudi worked on his cathedral, but he did that with, you know, another person to do the stained glass windows and another person to, you know, lay the bricks. He's drawn up the architecture plans. But many people will have been involved in that project. So this is about coming together. It's about teamwork. Okay, so this person is not the one being negative. It's you. Or it was you. So my instincts were right on that one. If you're wondering how this person's feeling, they want to work with you on this, okay? They want to come together, they want to build, they want this to work. They want a new start. Let's get 3 for the outcome. Okay, so a hopeful reading, all in all. Thanks for the likes and the loves, guys. Ten of Wands reversed. The Ten of Wands, when it's upright, is lots of challenges and things being very, very difficult. You know, we've just got over one issue and another one comes along. The Ten of Wands, when it's reversed, is a choice, okay? This is like making a decision not to struggle with something anymore, not to battle anymore, not to be stoic, okay? To just be like, I'm not doing this anymore. Four of Wands. The Four of Wands. The Four of Wands is a really nice, it's a really, really nice card. It's the 1111 card. So it's either to do with, deciding to tell everyone, like go public with your relationship, or it's deciding to move in together, or it's something like that. It's the most stable card. Okay, 4s are the 4 walls to a chair, the 4 legs to a chair, the 4 walls to a house. It's rock solid commitment. It's rock solid commitment. Everyone knows that these two people are together because you're living together. because you've changed your statuses on Facebook. It's being proud to be with each other. OMG. The Death card. The Death card reversed. This isn't over. This isn't done. This is the major arcana for Scorpio. The Death card is the end of a chapter. Okay, it's emotional transition. It's letting go. You know, in my mind, I'm walking through the gates into a new chapter and closing the old one. This isn't done. It is not done. Ooh, exciting. Right, let's get a message from them to you. I can't let go of the resentment I feel. Ooh, okay, so this is like put a sort of bad taste in someone's mouth, like the doubt that you had. Okay, so you are going to have to prove yourself with time that you're not afraid of doing this. Okay, that you do see them as worth it, that you do trust them to be there for you, to you know, pick up half of the chores, half of the responsibility, like to not let you down, to turn up on time, to, you know, turn up when they say they're going to turn up, like to know how to conduct themselves in certain situations with family, with friends, with work, with bosses. You know, they're not going to show you up, not going to make a fool of you. They know how to carry themselves, they know how to act with dignity. It's very important. You don't want anyone to come into your life and make a big scene and make it awkward, especially when it affects your income, your livelihood, but also your friendships. It's really important. It's really important that, you know, they can be polite around your family, and even get on with them. You know, that's the dream, isn't it? So let's get a second message, but I think this person's a bit offended. Okay, I do think they feel a little bit offended. They might not know your reason for not trusting this, or for, you know, being afraid to get into relationships. You might need to be honest. You might need to open up. Oh, thanks, Fairy in Bedbeard. Actually, we've had sound problems for the first 10 minutes because I was uploading a video and it's interfered with the sound, but it's fine now because that video's up. It was the monthly finance readings for members was still uploading for Cancer. So I'll make sure I don't do that next time. Oh, I really miss you. My heart hurts. Okay, so we're still on the Aries reading. This person wants a new beginning, okay, but they also feel let down, they feel hurt at Aries' lack of excitement to go public or to move in together. I really miss you. Okay, so what is it that this person likes or loves about my Aries? Oh, that was straight out. I never believed in soulmates, but then I met you. You have this person's heart. You truly have this person's heart, Aries, like they're not going anywhere. You can take a leap of faith on this person. Okay, the divine's trying to get you to see that you're projecting your past hurts onto this person. Okay, you're not going to fall this time. Let go of the past, okay? You might have to explain, why you are the way that you are, being cautious, but you don't, this person does not come with a warning sign. You're going to be fine with them. So in the outcome, rock solid commitment, guys. You're either moving in together or you're changing statuses. Ooh, should we call it that? Changing statuses. I like that. You're in Aries. Ooh. Okay. So in terms of reservations then, I'm not going to look at their background. I'm going to look at yours. So what is it that Aries, sometimes I do this, what has Aries gone through in the past? What has Aries gone through in the past to be acting like this? Hi, Andrea. Oh, we've got loads of people in the chat today. I'm glad. Negativity. Like a dark cloud above you are depressed, extreme moods. So in the past, you could have been dealing with another person's extreme moods. They could have had like depressive episodes or been quite negative about life. And I don't know about you, but any Aries that I know, any fire sign that I know, they're not negative about life. The only way is up. It's push, push, push forwards. Never stop, never give in, and enjoying it, enjoying the challenge, enjoying the bragging rights afterwards. Very fun loving as well. Like usually fire signs are the motivation for everyone else. They're very magnetic, very charismatic. People are naturally attracted to your aura because you're just really like confident, outgoing, fun loving. What's GTSY? This young person's lingo. Good to see you, is it? Very red beard down with the kids. It's always complicated with me. Void Timo. It's always complicated in my life. Not well, yeah, for a long time has been young lingo. Where am I up to, guys? Oh my god. I changed one thing and I'm like, it's because I was just doing the finance spreads for members, so I've just like put all the cards, the card decks back where they were, and I'm like, what do I always do? I don't know. Shards of love, past trauma, leave scars, take time to heal yourself. You have dealt with a lot in your life, Aries, in terms of your love life, who you were married to, who you were dating, who you were living with. You've dealt with a lot. You need time to heal from it, and perhaps you have been healing, but maybe you're not as healed as what you thought you were. Yeah, maybe you're on the road to healing, but you're not done with that healing process. Maybe it'll take a long time. If you dealt with narcissistic abuse, you know, like that can take a long time. Depends on the situation, really, like who you are and how favourable your circumstances are now. Usually once that person's out of your life, it gets better, but sometimes we can't fully get them out of our lives, you know. I guess the only situation they would be out of your life is if they're in jail or they've died. But because they tend to like blood suck and leech, don't they? But I'm just talking about general hurt. So this is Aries. Aries is ish, getting in the way of a new start, but you will move to the next phase with someone. It's not always the other person that's got the issue, do you know what I mean? Sometimes it's mutual, sometimes it's the person I'm reading for. Private relationship, OMG, yeah, see, this wasn't public. This was under wraps. You could have been kept someone's secret before. Or you could have met someone in not good circumstances and so you're reluctant to do the same thing again. Usually that like speaks to being in a love triangle or some sort of taboo relationship that people might not understand should it get out. Doesn't mean that it is wrong, but people might frown upon it, okay, for some sort of reason. I know you've got teenagers. Oops, why have I got all my cards mixed up? Oh, it's just that one's snuck in. Determined, persistent, still holding on, flowers and gifts. Someone could be, like an ex could be a bit of a clinger. Or you could have been married previously and so, you know, you remained very loyal to that person even though they weren't right for you. You could have had quite traditional beliefs or be a very conventional person in terms of what you want, you know, for yourself, and therefore you kind of stuck at something. And, you know, sometimes you've ended a marriage or you've moved out or you've separated, but it kind of like the dust settled for a while, and then this is like reopening old wounds to then start dating again. Brings up the question of, are we in a relationship? And that's how your stakes then just change in a status, because that means you're going to introduce one another to people that you know. Okay, like family, like friends. You might start off with friends, a bit more low stakes. But people are going to have an opinion. So you're going to have to kind of come to terms with that before, you know, before changing statuses and before agreeing to have a relationship. You kind of got to be ready, haven't you? You kind of got to be ready. You know, would you consider getting married again if that's what another person wants? You kind of need to think about all of that so that you're not wasting someone's time. I tried to fall for someone else, but no one compares. So you could have really struggled with your loyalty towards a past person. And again, like, you could have persisted and been stoic. You know, fire signs are proud, they're egocentric. You know, you're constantly like very concerned with what other people would think about, you know, a divorce in the family, or, you know, you might see it as a failure. Because you're very goal orientated. This could have been like a real block for you, and so you like feel like you're going to be trapped into that scenario again, you know, where it's several years or decades with someone that you don't want to be with, because you don't want to be someone who's been divorced twice. Well, if that's what happens, that's what happens, but you don't rush down the aisle with someone and you're discerning, so you can't put it all on, or we can't get into a relationship. A relationship you can break up with someone. Yeah, it's not the same as marriage, it's not the same as having children with someone, it's not the same as moving in together. Baby steps, and that's how you are not kind of like jumping in head first to something. What was the messy truth about Aries's connection that they're kind of a bit traumatised over, or they haven't healed from yet? What was the messy truth about that situation? Healed, not hooked. Freedom, detachment, clarity. Okay, so you've actually got clarity on what that was, whatever it was that was traumatic or really, really hard for you for a long time. You're okay, you've come to terms with it. You're not under any illusions about what that was. Okay, you're quite honest about that, you're quite clear about that in your mind, even if you're not discussing it with people, or you may be starting to, kind of process it by talking out loud about it and saying it was like this or it was like that. And it might be to people that you know, or it might be to a counsellor, or it might just be self-talk, or it might be by watching tarot like this and just, typing messages to random people who have gone through the same stuff. But you are someone that's able to detach from it now. You're not completely codependent on a person, and you won't be ever again. You're not going to allow it. I talk about stuff with people, but I'm a Taurus, so I don't know. Taurus with Libra moon, so I don't know if that is why. I don't know. Okay, so let's get a timing for the progress and the stabilisation and the maturing of this situation into changing statuses. When is this likely to happen? Okay, it's just going to happen. Okay, this person sees you as a soulmate. They are a bit offended by the fact that you kind of put the brakes on or shirked the question, avoided it, swerved it, stayed silent when they asked. Or they're a bit weirded out why you've refused to say the L word, or they're weirded out why you don't want to tell people. If you got kids, why you don't want to tell your kids? If you got parents, why you don't want to tell your parents? Why you don't want to tell your friends? They're a bit weirded out by it, okay, and it's made them feel a bit offended, but you'll be able to sort that right out. I'm sure you think of a way to sort that out. I'm gonna get you some relationship advice for people who are in relationships, not people who are not talking or any of this. Metamorphosis, how apt. Every transformation in a relationship heralds a rebirth. Beautiful. Right path. Love is a beautiful journey and you're on the right path. Oh, I feel like crying. That's so nice. Guys. Oh my god, that's so nice. I feel like bursting into tears. What a lovely reading. Really, really nice. Alright, take care of yourself, Aries. okay? You are not going to be with somebody like that again. Don't worry about it. Or, you know, whatever happened, like someone passed away, you know, like it's not going to happen again. Not for a very long time. You're going to have a lovely soulmate experience, okay, this time around. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, so if you want a personal reading, they're £25. I got sick of saying the same stuff over and over. Contact details are in the background. They're also in the channel description. I am currently uploading the finance readings for members. Okay, memberships are available. They're just £5.99 a month. And I will be doing the next instalment of How to Read Tarot. I thought I'd done more, to be honest, than what I had done, but I went on holiday, so we'll use that as the excuse. I've actually got so much marking to do. Oh my god, it's been like year 10 mocks and end of year tests. It's that time of year where it's like really like a big build up of workload before the summer. So yeah, there's a bit of a crescendo going, so just be patient with those bits and pieces. If I was doing the tarot full time, I'd be like on the dot with posts and everything, but I've just got to work around my changing workload and stuff. Where's this go? There. They were nice, those cards, weren't they? What a gorgeous reading that was. Okay, on to Taurus. We're running behind because we had some technical difficulties at the beginning. That'll teach me to upload things and start a live. But that's me trying to get lots done this morning. Okay, let's see what's going on with Taurus's love life. The holiday was amazing, actually. Really, really good. Okay, so a couple of shuffles and we'll see what's going on for Taurus. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Taurus's highest good. How is Taurus feeling in this final week of June 2026 with regards to one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Taurus is feeling, please. I'm an Aries and the Leo I was seeing texted me after not talking to him since my birthday on the 18th of April. Ooh. I love it when people like, you're not talking to each other or they've like ghosted you for ages and then they get back in touch and you're looking at your phone like blinking, like rubbing your eyes like, am I saying things? It's like headline news in your life, isn't it? And then you're like initially exhilarated, then you're like, oh my god, what do I say? Or you're pissed off. And you're cursing them. Okay, Taurus, you have got the 9 of Pentacles reversed. So, the 9 of Pentacles is about abundance, prosperity, you know, can you get the bills paid on time? Are you financially self-sufficient? Are you independent? Now, nines are a single energy. Tens are about collaboration, coming together. That's the end game. Okay, so you meet someone, you move in together, you each pay half or however it's going to work between you. You collaborate, put your incomes together, put your assets together, get tied into things financially with other people. When the nine is upright, it's sort of saying you've got enough and you're happy being that way. When it's reversed, it's saying maybe you haven't actually got, financial independence yet, or you don't want to be, you're tired of doing everything yourself, you want to collaborate with someone. So you'll know what resonates for you. Perhaps finances aren't great right now, or perhaps it's a state of mind that you actually just, you do want to be in a relationship again. Could be both. It is very, very hard to pay for things solo. Not impossible, if you got, but the right circumstances tend to be when someone's got half of the burden. 10 of Wands reversed. The 10 of Wands upright is, many things coming up that are obstacles, challenges for a long time, things being difficult. How big are your assets? That's not a dad joke, that's just a purpose. Because it's you, I'll allow it. 10 of Wands, yeah, it's the end of a cycle, but when it's reversed, it's like you're not being stoic and just carrying on with this situation anymore. You're dropping the burden, you're choosing to down tools. Okay, we're not doing this anymore. It's a choice when it's reversed. You've been spending too much time with Jojo. Or teenagers. Maybe too much time with teenagers. Right, Page of Cups in the challenge position. Who is going to say sorry first? Who's going to show emotion? Are you going to reach out? Are they going to reach out? Are you going to express any feelings for this person or not? Oh my god, I can't stand it when a people says bruh. Bruh. I'm like, don't bruh at me, I'm not your bruh. Triggered. Right, let's see who's showing up for you, Taurus. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Look what he's put in the chat, JJ. That's so bad. The wheel reversed, the King of Swords upright, and the Three of Wands. Damn. Some dastardly deed was done here with the Wheel of Fortune reversed, okay? Either this person behaved badly towards you or you behaved badly towards them. But the Wheel of Fortune reversed is like bad karma, you know. So there's a King of Swords involved, masculine energy. Whether they're a man or a woman, this person, they've got some sort of strategy. See how that chessboard is like, they've got that tied around them, trailing behind them. This person's on a mission. They're going to take action, because this is after a planning phase. The Three of Wands is like, right, now I've decided what is to be done. I'm going to take action. But a sword energy, it's air energy, so it's Gemini, Libra, Aquarius energy. It's a thinker. This person plays to win. They could be very poker faced, they could be really tight-lipped, they could be silver-tongued when they want to. But knowledge is power, communication is everything with this person, whether they choose to say nothing about something, choose to omit certain information, choose to butter you up, telling you sweet nothings. This person knows that there needs to be a strategy. They need to come with the game face on. And they're playing to win. They are going to take action. It's to do with some way that they've wronged you. Hopefully they feel that they've wronged you and not that you've wronged them. Well, it does look like you're mad. Do you know what I mean? This is like talk to the hands, because the face don't want to listen. I love the way you got into trouble talking about Mojo, and then he came in. I was saying he'd been spending too much time with you. It's really not like very red beards putting you innuendos in the chat, especially on a Sunday. Terrible, terrible business. Gumbo, I love that name. He's a chunk, isn't he? Is he moody? I get the feeling that he's a moody cat. Ace of Cups in the challenge position. Now that is hilarious, because you've got the Page of Cups in the challenge position. They've got the Ace of Cups in the challenge position. So you're like, am I going to forgive this person? And they're like, am I going to get Taurus to, to smile at me ever again? To let me come over, to speak to me, let me ring them? Are they going to answer the phone to me ever again? So this is about offers of emotion, but it can be about receiving offers of emotion from others as well. It means a lot to this person to get your attention, to get back in your good books. The Empress reversed and the Five of Wands upright. This person knows that they're going to have a battle trying to get through to you. They know that they've, acted poorly, and they're embarrassed. They feel less than their worth. It could be about you, because you are the Empress. The Empress. You've got the Hierophant as your major arcana, but you share with Libra, you share the Empress as well. So this could be them trying to grab your hands and put them down when you're trying to slap them, or cajole with you as you try to walk away from them. Or it could just be, there's going to be some back and forth. There's going to be some, giving what for here. Because if you scorn a Taurus, my God, you're going to know. You're going to know about it. We've got a long fuse, but you must have been really, really bad if we blow up, because we're just not like that. Yeah, so it could be handbags at dawn. Four of Swords reversed. The Four of Swords, when it's upright, is taking a breather. Okay, this person is exhausted. They're lying down. Swords have been laid to rest. They're at peace now. Final resting place. You know, it's about nothing kind of changing. Things being how they are, letting the dust lie. A lot of people say it's a card of meditating. Having a sort of ego death when we pass. When it's reversed, because that does look like someone who's passed, doesn't it? When it's reversed, it's the opposite of rest is being restless, being agitated, wanting something to happen now. Yeah, I want something to change now, being impatient. Okay. Well, your wish is being granted because we've got the Chariot in the outcome. Now, the Chariot's a major arcana. It's the Emperor who jumps in the Chariot. Okay, so they are travelling to succeed. There's an intention of winning, of overcoming whatever, you know, stands in their way. There's a major goal or aim that's going to be achieved. And the Chariot's upright, so they may just be successful at it. See how it's the same fella. Okay, it's opposite ends of the journey. That was how they started out. This is how they intend to finish. One more for the outcome. My God. The Ten of Cups. Guys, and they all lived happily ever after. 10, just like what I said, 10 is together. 10 is happy. 10 is complete. It's endgame. Okay, that's like everyone in the household is contented. Do you see how we had a cup sideways here? Emotion being poured out of it. Love being lost. Here, Ace of Cups, emotion being poured out of it. Love being lost. Trying to force someone's hand to get that cup upright and save whatever's left of it. Here, every single cup is full for whoever is together. It's togetherness. It's happiness. It's oneness for two people. And they all lived happily ever after. I'm putting the titles down because it'll just help me tomorrow or the day after when I'm uploading them. Right, let's get a message from this person. I'm terrified of rejection if I open up. Okay. So this person feels that it's a form of weakness. Remember that I said knowledge is power to this person. That's why they hold loads back. That's why if you find out about something, it's about 3 months after it's happened, or a year after it's happened or 2 years after it's happened. They don't want to be an open book. Their book covers are dusty because they don't open their book. They don't spill the beans. They're not, letting anyone look through the window to their soul. The drapes are shut. There's blackout blinds there. They're not having it. Right, so for them to put the blackout blinds up and the blackout curtains apart and lift the drapes up, the peeping out between the blinds. They got them business blinds. And they're peeping out between them to see who's outside first, and then they'll decide whether they're gonna let this person in or not. But this person has decided that it's Taurus outside, stood in the porch, or it's Taurus on the front step. So they better let them in and tell them a bit of something. Do like a metaphor. Okay, let's get another message from them. I can't let go of the past. Okay, so I don't know if that's their past in general or the past with you. But this person really finds it difficult to open up. Okay, they absolutely they come out in hives at the thought of it. They retch at the thought of it. They could have really bad anxiety before talking about things. You know how some people stutter. Some people have a stammer or a stutter. Some people are selectively mute. I've got a friend who has social anxiety. We never knew how bad it was. Just before she's about to go and see us, and we're her best friends of 18 years. She's literally retching. You know, some days if things are bad, she's just under the covers in her house. And we didn't know until her husband told us. So you just don't know. You really don't know how much someone suffers in advance of, social situations or opening up, divulging information. We're all really, really different. Some of it's how we've been brought up, and some of it's trauma, and some of it's combination. That's the reason people try to gain control over their life using eating disorders or unhealthy coping means. Children go selectively mute when they start school because it's their way of trying to control the situation. So that means that they feel a loss of control. So we need to kind of understand that. What's this person all love about my Taurians? I never believed in soulmates, but then I met you. Now, you've had a couple of cards similar to, it's a slightly different narrative, but a couple of cards been similar to the Aries reading. So you could be an Aries Taurus cusper. If you're early on in Taurus season or late on in Aries season, check out the Aries reading as well. This is a soulmate, okay? This is a soulmate. But unfortunately, this person has really, really big anxiety and fear about showing their true selves. They've got blackout blinds, they've got blackout curtains. They've probably got turrets with guns, guard dogs, electric fences. They got it all going on. Private security, patrolling the block. This person is no. Their secrets are inside a vault, and that's inside another vault, and inside that's a smaller vault. Right, so they are a runner. Why do we have to be apart? Okay, so they don't want things to be how they are. I'll love you to the moon and back a million times. They're in love with you. Okay, you might not know that because they don't say it, but they're actually in love with you. Might not say it, they might not show it with their actions, okay? You might think anything but. What's the messy truth about this connection, please? Mr. Cuddles the goldfish. 67% of pet owners let their pets sleep in the bed of them. I watched, there was like a video about that, and they like tested people's covers and the dirt on the bottom of the dog's paws, and it had like feces on it and stuff like that. It's disgusting. I know some people say I don't care, but if you think that dogs occasionally get worms, that's not good. Although I used to wake up with the cat wrapped around my head like a Russian hat, and there was nothing I could really do about it. It was just, that would just happen sometimes. Or on my neck. Sweet then sour, fake nice, mean, undercurrent, manipulative. You're too kind. The messy truth is you've been nothing but nice to this person, and they're projecting their shit onto you, Taurus. Okay, that is the messy truth, and that's why there would have to be unconditional love. But this is the, like, this is the thing, isn't it? Is like, can this person heal and stop sort of shutting people out? Can they do that? Sleeps on your hand. Oh. Feet would be nice. That'd keep your feet warm. Public image. Worried about appearances. Can't relax. Conceited. Okay, so this person, this King of Swords, they don't have to be an air sign, but they're definitely in an air energy. They are very much concerned with what other people think. So if they think that if they don't give anyone the information, then it keeps their dignity intact. And that to an extent is true. However, you're also having to deal with things solo. You don't get any sympathy, any support. People don't cut you any slack. People are pissed off, they're confused, they're hurt because you won't spend time with them. So when that's taken to an extreme, that's not good. Okay, nobody wants to be locked outside, stood in the rain, getting no response, when they're knocking on the door. Eventually that person's shoulders are going to slouch down, they're going to tip their head, and they're going to like resign themselves to walking away. So what you get with that is loneliness, isolation, people being upset with you, affects your connections. So that's not good. Doesn't mean you should go around blabbing everything to everyone, but this person's clearly more in the direction of I don't tell anyone anything. Or I like to give it a lag time of like a solid 3 years before anything comes out, so that I'm over it, I've healed. It wasn't even a thing, and I'm talking about it very, very, very past tense. You know what I mean? Cats are a lot cleaner than dogs, although they do lick their behinds, so we have to remember. Unlock the gate, explore the unknown, and walk new paths together. Between the lines, uncover the truth carefully and write your own ending. Okay, so fate has kind of led you two together. If there's a runner-chaser dynamic going on, It doesn't mean that it has to be a dramatic, awful ending. Yes, there's the past. Yes, there's the present. What are you going to make the future? In their feels, okay, so this person wants to be intimate with you. They want to connect with you, you know, on the deepest of levels. The most intense expression of love is to make love. Tantric sex, oh my god. So this person, they're not affected sexually by distance between you or time. They just feel even more crazy about you each time they see you. Someone was offended by this because they were like, Buddha doesn't have sex, like why is that on there? But like maybe that's the point, do you know what I mean? Like, this person's not gonna like feel any differently about you if there's distance or time and you're not actually physically together for a long time. Not gonna feel any less attracted to you. Yeah, so I think this came out in your last reading, if I'm not mistaken, Taurus. They're hiding their true feelings. Deep emotions are secretly in love, but they act cold and detached. Okay? When someone doesn't open up about their feelings, the only way left to feel is cold and detached. Okay? Like, because that's how they're coming across. That's the experience that they're offering you. 1111, twin flame, wanna chaser, divine timing. Okay, so we've got double confirmation that this twin flame... Now, I didn't know enough about this. I've got a book about twin flames. I need to read it over the summer when I've got time, but I don't know if twin flames can transmute into soulmates. I don't know enough about it, but there's certainly potential on this spread. Okay, this person does view you as a soulmate, but they're unhealed. They're really trying to push themselves out of the comfort zone in the outcome. And they won't rest until they've done it. It's going to be like an exorcism. um, they don't want to be cold and detached anymore. So I don't know if they're having counselling or they're taking a long time to reflect or there's been some sort of dramatic event. You know, sometimes people have a heart attack and after that they go, oh my God, what have I been doing with my life? I need to change. Or, you know, like people have a near-death experience and they're like, why am I always alone? Why am I working all the time? Something happens to people that makes them reassess everything in a serious way. Sometimes, you know, people get told they've got cancer and they're like, oh my God, why have I been smoking? Why have I been eating fast food? I'm going to eat clean. Someone I know, they had the best 10 years of their life. They had the healthiest 10 years of their life. And they would have died a lot earlier if they hadn't have found out they had cancer. Because they were just a heavy drinker. They would eat trash all the time. And they literally educated themselves and like had like 10 years of looking fabulous and having a great time. So I don't know what's gone on here, but I would suggest something major happened to this person, that they've got to the point where they're gonna have like a spiritual overhaul, like an emotional overhaul and some kind of exorcism. Like they're gonna throw up their issues, you know, and it's gonna come out and it's going to be very like healing. It's going to be very healing. Don't be afraid to just be honest and say, when you love someone, don't be afraid to say, I'm afraid to talk about feelings, I struggle with it. Let's get some relationship advice. Devotion. Devote in love, a gift of the soul. Individuality. Be wary of possessive partners. Maintain your individuality. So this person could get a bit clingy once they've like opened the gate. I don't know, it's saying beware of like keeping your individuality, don't become obsessed with each other, keep a balance. Doorway. An opportunity is about to present itself that leads you to a new person. Sacrifice. Love may come with sacrifices. Evaluate what you're willing to give up. Settling. Avoid settling for less than you deserve in love. So only and only if they can heal and change their ways. If you see progress, then proceed with it. Taurus, okay. People can do it once and then they start going into their bad habits again, you know. You can fall off the wagon. Flow. Let your worries drift away. Gonna have to just give this person a chance, I think. That's the advice. Sea turtles. Navigate life's challenges with patience and with grace, trusting that slow and steady progress leads to success. That's nice. Siren's serenade. Embrace the rhythm of life and let your movements flow with the currents of change. You've got flow twice. So people can change, okay? It may not all happen overnight, but this person's willing to change for you, Taurus. And you have the most beautiful outcome. It's happily ever after together. Okay, so when might this person get in touch? Oh my god, how freaky is that? It says flow again. That's the same message 3 times. It's the same message 3 times on 3 different decks. Flow. So, because this involves their healing, we can't control the pace of it. We can call them out on it if they fall off the wagon, okay? But it's all going to be on them, their healing, their personal development, their personal work. You've provided the perfect incentive, okay, for major change in this person, and it's going to have a really nice outcome. You just don't get to control the pace of it, okay? It's divinely guided. I am going to have to go for a quick rest break. Just 1 minute. Personal readings are available. Okay, you can direct message on Instagram or TikTok, or you can email me. It's in the channel description on YouTube. Finance readings are going up for members. I'll be working through those the rest of this evening. And I'll do the next instalment for the How to Read Tarot series this week. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it tonight, guys, because I've got to do the finance readings. But it will be going up. Do 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 do. Right, quick loo break. Be right back, BRB. Okay, so we are going to go on to Gemini. A couple of shuffles. To pay the water bill. I did wash my hands. I knew you were going to say something about that. I definitely did. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Gemini's highest good. How is Gemini feeling in this final week of June 2026 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in. 3 cards for how Gemini's feeling, please. Now, Gemini, your last reading was actually mega. It was actually mega. So let's see what comes out today. Make sure you have a look at the last Gemini reading if you didn't. Because I seemed to get the same message about a past person for like a year and a half. And we finally got like a really banging reading for someone new, and it's that soulmate. Okay, so we've got 5 of Wands in the challenge position. So I don't know if people feel like you're approachable or not at the moment, or because this is a challenge. Okay, so this could be internal or external. It could be, you know, having mixed feelings about being in a relationship, or it could be disagreement with other people, you know, outwardly disagreeing with people. Feeling like too many people are giving their opinions, getting involved. It's something internal within you or external. The Knight of Swords reversed. Ooh, you could be like wrestling with whether to tell someone something. Maybe that's you wrestling with the idea of telling someone that you like them or something like this. I get the feeling that it's internal. Could also be an argument with someone and then like you're not gonna like speak to them. Because swords are communication and knights are an active pursuit. Okay, they go towards the person. With a sword, it's to deliver a message that's urgent, but we're holding it back, going the other way. You're going the wrong way. Eight of Cups and the Ace of Wands. Are you leaving someone? Eight of Cups is walking away from a relationship. And the Ace of Wands is like a huge manifestation, like something you want with all your might. See, I would take that by itself as a rebirth. It could be a rebirth, like you want to get back with someone that you walked away from, that you ended it with. That could be why that's a combo. Because aces are something we're actively manifesting, so you'll know the answer to that. Because whatever it is that you want, it could be to do with someone you previously shunned. Or it could be that you want to leave a current person to go towards a new one. I always take that as a do-over though, because a Page of Wands is someone who has less knowledge, less wisdom. They're walking along a path they've never walked before. Aces I tend to take as a rebirth therefore, but it could just be something you really want. Ooh, it's a messy one this weekend. Let's see how they're feeling, whoever this is. Queen of Swords reversed. So you've got a lot of swords energy in this reading. The Queen of Swords is someone who is cutting the crap. They want to speak truthfully, honestly, factually. It's air energy, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius energy. Like, I don't want any messing. I don't want any messing. It can be a divorce card. When it's reversed, it's like an ouchy, prickly kind of harshness. You know, upright, it's just someone who wants to speak truthfully. They want an honest conversation. They want to, you know, intellectualize things, use logic, use strategy, plan effectively. It's all good stuff. You know, they're good with their words. But in a love reading, you know, we should be showing our emotion. We should be kind of going with the flow, following our heart. We should be expressing how we feel. We should be, you know, really led by our heart and our emotions. So if we're having to intellectualize things, then it kind of says trouble in paradise, doesn't it? And Queen of Swords reversed, that does put it into like a harshness. Like, if you wield a sword in the wrong way, you can really hurt someone. You can say things that are harsh or blunt, or you can stop talking to them altogether, you know, block them, or just not reply to messages. So I'm starting to think that there's been arguments, there's been disagreements, and you either just want out or you want to get back together. I just don't know yet. So let's have a look, see what the rest of their cards are saying. Ace of Pentacles reversed with the Ten of Wands upright. Again, it's like conflicting energy, isn't it? Like, you've got an ending and a beginning, and you've got a lack of a new beginning but an ending. Like, what is this riddle? Stop speaking in riddles to me. It definitely feels like you choose to leave, and now you might be thinking about reconsidering. And it looks like they thought that it was all done, and they would have liked to have carried on. They would like to have been stoic and worked on things, but they feel like they didn't have the Ace of Pentacles. They didn't have... I mean, roles could be reversed, or this person could have been someone very emotionally detached, or they had a loose tongue, loose lips, and they, you know, said things like whatever's on the tip of their tongue. They said things that were harsh or offensive, or they could have been emotionally detached. But it definitely says that you left. And I think something was very difficult, and it didn't have a chance at a do either, and I think they might have liked that. But you're the one that left. You're the one that ended it in the end. One more for them then. The Four of Wands. What? This says to me that you guys could get back together. If they were not offering a public relationship, or if they were reluctant to move in together, or if they were a commitment phobe in some way, or they didn't want to get married, or they didn't want to get engaged, that is no longer an obstacle, if it was one. Or this person wants to create stability, they want to create transparency, they want to show you off to everyone, they want to be proud of this connection. Ooh. Let's get 3 for the outcome. Because this is the 1111 card, right? So this is like everyone knows that the two of you are together, either from the fact that you're living together, the fact that you're married, the fact that you're dating and you've changed your statuses. It's public knowledge. It's a really, really solid commitment. 1111. It's the most stable number in the tarot deck. It's the 4 legs to a chair, the 4 walls to a house. It's a relationship being rock solid, okay, sturdy. The Moon card is reversed in the outcome. Why is my throat going like that? The Moon card reversed, okay? It's the major arcana for Pisces. It's about our intuition, our gut. Do you feel like you can navigate anything that's thrown at you? Are you prepared to walk forwards and take on, what might be hidden? In the story of the major arcana, the Fool realises that he must walk forwards anyway. He must overcome, little fears and niggles. You got to do your first day at work. You might be nervous, but it's never as bad as what you think it's going to be. When the Moon card's reversed, it's like, oh, do you know what? I'm just not going to go. I'm just going to ring in sick. Then you've got this negative impression on your first day that you're supposed to be there. Because you kind of didn't have the guts to go ahead with it, and there wouldn't have been anything bad anyway. Okay, but worrying about stuff that hasn't happened yet, or in case there's something there when there might not be, we don't want that to become like, a mountain out of a molehill, do we? So in the outcome, someone is like, they're too afraid. They're afraid to proceed, okay? They've got like irrational fear. The Justice, something's being made fair, something's being made right. Justice is the major arcana for Libra. The Chariot and the Queen of Wands. So the Chariot is a major goal or aim. The Emperor jumps into the Chariot. It's the major arcana for Cancer. So, with all our kind of like emotion, we're full steam ahead with a project, something that we want to achieve. We go towards it with, full throttle. The Queen of Wands is a very full throttle kind of personality, she's very confident. It's that Aries, Leo, Sagittarius energy, fire energy. Heavy Sagittarian energy, okay? So it's someone who knows their worth, they create goals, they go for them, they expect to be successful. They're determined. They will never give up. If they don't get it the first time, they'll have another go. You know, very, very ambitious, assertive. Yeah, very, very driven, very self-motivated, high energy, upbeat, positive, arrogant. Yeah, quite arrogant, quite egotistical. Yeah, why shouldn't I have everything on my plate? Why shouldn't I have this or that? No goal is, you know, too big. Huge ambition. Queen of Wands is, you know, like, I'm going to do it and I'm going to look good doing it as well. And you better just like it. You better just like it. So it looks like someone's overcoming their fear and they're gonna offer commitment. Shit. Let's get a message from them. It's giving like 5-year plan vibes, like, you know, when someone comes to you and presents themselves to you and they're like, right, I've got a 5-year plan and we're going to move in together and then we're going to get married and then we're going to have a baby. And it's like, you know, they can see like the future and what it looks like, and they've got all these goals and ambitions and dreams, you know, and it's very goal orientated. I'm afraid of getting hurt again. Okay, so that's what that moon card reversed was about. I'm angry at how things ended. Shit. They're pissed off with you. They're pissed off with you. Okay, this person going to treat this like a work contract. They're going to be like, once you signed on the dotted line, you're in. Once you got that ring on your finger, you're in. I mean it, you know. If I'm going to do this, if I'm going to change my status, it's staying like that. Things will soften, you know, you need to spend some time together and make some nice occasions together, so that isn't the lasting memory. But they also are going to need, you know, like, your commitment, your full commitment, your word, but your actions as well. And you know, the only way to sort of like prove things is over time, isn't it? You know, not threatening to, like, you know, throw the gauntlet down and make ultimatums or like it's all off again. None of that. You know, fair, you might have been warranted to say that on the last occasion, but we don't want that to keep coming back. Keep being brought up. What's this person love about Gemini? The sound of your laughter is like a drug to me. Oh, they think about you so much. Like they proper, you know, when someone's like in love and they're just like, oh, they could blink and like I would find it cute. Like I remember falling in love with someone and going, oh, look at your knees, your little knees. like they could blink and you'd be like, oh, they're perfect. Like it's giving that, like, this person won't change anything about you. They won't change anything about you, but they might think you got a bit of an ego, or, you know, you're too quick to kind of like, you know, tell them what's what. So just be careful with that. I don't think I'm going to look at drama. I think what I'm going to do is get you relationship advice. listening. True understanding starts with listening in silence, okay? So it's not about what you're saying. It's about listening to this person, responding calmly, okay? Thinking about where they're coming from, being tactful, moving forwards, leave their dignity intact. Inheritance, learn from the past, inherit wisdom for the future. Ooh. No one wants to feel like you've got one foot out the door, because they've made a mistake again. And I'm not saying that it wasn't warranted last time, I'm not saying that, but no one wants that to be like the threat that's ongoing. Do you know what I mean? You want to feel confident if you're gonna like commit to someone. We're just most of the way through Gemini, Anna. Celebrate. Today, celebrate the love you share with those who matter the most, okay? So plan something nice so that you can move past this. Together, find joy in the simple pleasures of just being together. So, it's horrible being apart, isn't it? And, you miss just kind of sitting together watching TV or doing the weekly shop together. Having a nice day out together. It doesn't have to be, we're big fanfare because you're back on, or we need to go to a hotel and have an expensive dinner. It doesn't have to be that. Sometimes you just really are that feeling when you first hold hands again or have a big hug. It's just company, isn't it? It's just company. Oh, it's nice vibes today. Maybe there's something that you like doing together, like cooking the dinner together or laying the table for two instead of one. Do you know what I mean? It's just normal stuff. It's nice. Driving in the car together. Oh, with my ex, he used to put my hand on the back of his head when he was driving, and on the back of his neck, and play with his hair and all that. It's just nice. It's just, I don't know, it's just you feel like there's nowhere else you'd rather be. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. Feel very grounded. You're with your person. You might be chilling in the garden, reading a book or doing the gardening together. You might just think this is our little home. Taking a dog for a walk, just doing normal shit, but doing it together. Right, so I've done them. Opportunity. You will prove yourself and discover if you brave the rough seas, okay? So sometimes it's about being brave by working together and working on it, not giving up easily or not having one foot out the door. You're ready to give up. Oh my goodness. There's a cascade of cards. We've got Anchor, Crystal Caverns and Coral Crown. Hang on. I love these cards, look at the images. Forgive yourself and others, freeing yourself from the burdens of the past. Anchor yourself in strength and resilience, finding stability amidst life's ever-changing tides. You're going to have ups and downs. Crystal Caverns, flow with the rhythms of life and let the cascading waters. I said cascade, that's weird, isn't it? Cascading waters of change carry you to new beginnings. New beginnings. Oh my God. New beginnings. I'm freaked out by myself and by Spirit. I can't take the credit, can I? It's Spirit picking the cards for us, but my God, like, oh God, it's such nice energy. Celebrate opportunity, new beginnings, justice. This is your justice. Wow. Someone's going to drop down on one knee. Someone's going to agree to change statuses. Someone's going to ask you to move in and give you a key. Or, you know, you're going to rent a place together. Learn from the past, inherit wisdom for the future. Wow. Just beautiful. Okay, so when's all this going to occur? Around May, around July. Between May and July, this could have already happened, or it could be happening across June, July. Over the next 2 months, okay, because we're reading for a lot of you. Eek, 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 eek. Okay, take care. That was your reading, Gemini. We're going to go on to Cancer. Personal readings are available. I've done a few this weekend. I'm a very busy young lady. Well, not so young now. Is 41 young? Relatively. I'm young at heart. Young woman. I don't know what's going on with the planets or the moons, but we're getting a lot of reconciliation vibes for the reading so far. And I don't force a message, you know, I don't. It's just whatever Spirit guides me through. If I'm kind of going in the wrong direction, it tells me, you know, like what it means. Like, it just is what it is. Cancer. Chiron left Aries into Taurus on the summer solstice. Yeah, so there's a few major things going on. That's how much I know about astrology. I like that though, when readers know a bit about astrology, but it's definitely down to the stars, the planets, 100%, 100%. Or lifelong lessons as the signs, 100% horoscopes. And I love it all. I love it all. It's making us be the best version of ourselves. Spirit guides, the universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Cancer's highest good. How is Cancer feeling in this final week of June 2026 with regards to when they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Cancer's feeling, please. The Ten of Cups. Your last reading, Cancer, was like about giving someone a piece of your mind. And then your next reading is the Ten of Cups. So it could be that the last reading wasn't for you. Or it could be that it was and this one isn't. But Ten of Cups is on your mind, or you have the Ten of Cups. Ten of Cups is everyone being happy under one roof. Everyone's cup is full. It's usually a family card, so it's usually that, you know, you've got parents or children or siblings, or you're all under one roof together. Typically in tarot, you know, it's you and another person in collaboration, and you've had children. But it could also be you and a partner if you don't have children, or they're older and they've moved out. It's just familial bliss, basically. Whoever you're living with, but it alludes to, you know, that you're already married or you're already together, living together, and you've got children. A very established dynamic, super established, years or decades. That's good. What a lovely first card. So you've either got that situation or it's on your mind. I've got this song in my head. It's we could take a vacation. It's called Sere. It's SARE. Some sort of like I listen to like Afrobeats playlists, and it leads me on to various different things. It's very nice. It's a very nice sunny day today, isn't it? Well, it is. It is here in the UK. Eight of Swords reversed. So that's a positive reversal, meaning when the card's upright, it's kind of a negative vibe. Okay, so that's like, I can't see past this roadblock, this problem, this barrier. This is like, okay, I see a solution now. I see a way forward. Okay, it was all in my head. The Strength card, there's a need to be emotionally strong. Okay, this situation does not require brains or brawn. It requires emotional strength. Major for Leo. Let's see who's showing up for you. It could be a spouse or someone that you live with, that you have children with. The Fool. Someone's ready for a new beginning. And it's because it's the right time, because you're very happy. You're very happy together. I mean, I'm thinking of like having a baby, you know, like moving house. I'm thinking of these kind of things. When you're happy together and there's familial bliss, you might decide this is the right time to have another baby or a baby. This is the right time to get another pet. This is the right time to, I don't know, some sort of leap of faith into a new chapter. I'm assuming it's together because I'm reading this as if it's like someone who's already married, someone who's already got children with another person. Ten of Swords reversed, yeah, so again another positive reversal. So the Ten of Swords upright is a long period of pain, fear, sadness, hurt, and it's come to an end. When we reverse it, it's like, I'm choosing not to worry about this anymore. I'm choosing not to stress about this anymore. I'm choosing not to be afraid anymore. I'm choosing not to sit in the sadness anymore. It's a choice. So we've definitely, you're mirroring each other like 100%. You're 100% mirroring one another. You're choosing to see, like things as positive, things as upbeat, to be open-minded, to stay optimistic, no matter what. With regards to something, and whoever this is the same. You're very much in alignment with one another. We've got the King of Wands reversed. You both got like heavy, like fire energy. So the King of Wands upright is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius energy. Excuse me, it's fire energy. This is someone who's very confident, they're very ambitious, they're motivated, the solar plexus is very active, they're assertive, they take control, they lead, yeah, they get it done. When it's reversed, they could be a bit pushy. They could be a little bit pushy with this. They could be someone that's like, right, I'm going to control how this goes, or I'll take the lead on this. And you're like, hang on a minute, like, let me have my say. Because it is in a negative kind of position when it's reversed, but it doesn't have to be like full-scale drama. It could just be like they want to, when someone gets like overexcited or they get a bit ahead of themselves and they're like, right, I'll rush out and say you decide you want to have kids, I'll rush out and I'll like get a load of pregnancy tests, or like I'll like start buying baby clothes. I don't know, it's something that you would do when you're very happy together. Maybe you decide that you are going to retire and then sell up and move abroad, or retire and buy a friendly van and do van life, throughout your retirement and just enjoy travelling around. I get the sense that it's togetherness, but a whole new chapter for yourselves, and it's like exciting, and you're kind of throwing caution to the wind. You're not kind of worrying anymore. But this person might get a bit ahead of themselves, and you might have to like rein them in a little bit. They could be an Aries because they've got the Fool, which is the major for Aries, or it's Aries energy anyway. The World card reversed. That's weird. Let's get two more, because that's a bit of pessimism there. The World card reversed. When it's upright, it's the Fool realises that better days are coming. It's an optimistic energy. So when it's reversed, it's been a little bit pessimistic, glass half empty kind of vibe. So the other way I could look at this King of Wands card is someone's being a shrinking wallflower. They've lost confidence. But that doesn't go with the Fool card, does it? It doesn't make any sense. They're dropping the fear. I think they're going the other way, but maybe it's you that's kind of like, just wait a minute, just hold your horses. Oops, that's quite a clump of cards. Ace of Pentacles upright, Four of Pentacles upright, Four of Cups reverse, that's positive reversals, don't panic. Five of Swords reverse, that's positive. So we've got very positive cards. Very positive cards. Hang on, we've also got these ones, didn't see them. The Chariot reversed. The Three of Wands reversed. The Devil upright, that's not so positive. Something is a failure, something isn't working, you're not getting the results that you want. Because the Chariot overturned, you know, it's like having a car crash. No one sets out to have the car crash. They're on a journey, you know, and they intend to get there safely. And we can't always control these things. Three of Wands reversed is like self-stagnation, like procrastination now. Like Three of Wands when it's upright is I've decided what I want and I'm taking action. See, this person could be self-sabotaging or you could be self-sabotaging. The Devil energy is like obsession or codependency, addiction, or like your own fears, you know, stopping you from doing something. It could be self-sabotage, like some kind of dark side coming out. And it's to do with this new venture, whatever it is. It could involve a lot of money, a whole new chapter. The Five of Swords reverse is avoiding arguments. The Four of Cups reverse is being open to expression of emotion, offers of emotion. The Four of Pentacles can be the miser, but that could just be conserving something, being protective of something. And there's a new beginning. But then we've got the Chariot overturned. And I just get with the Devil, if the Devil card wasn't there and the Three of Wands wasn't there, I'd say you really want something, the two of you, and it keeps not happening. It keeps not being successful. Say like if you're trying for a baby and you keep, you know, having miscarriages or you just can't get pregnant to start with. I'd say that if it was like that. But with these, it kind of says to me that there's someone dragging their feet over something. So like if one of you wants to get hitched, the other one's like saying, oh, just leave it another few years, just leave it another few years, and that's procrastination. You know, if you're doing that for a long time, you're going to lose the person that you love because they're going to think, no, I'm not waiting anymore. That's just an example. That's just an example. You know, if someone wants to retire and go travelling around the world, you've always talked about it, and then you're like, oh, just another few years, you know, I've got a parent that's sick. That's a legitimate reason not to want to go off. But the other person might think, well, I don't know how many good years I've got left myself, and I've worked all my life, I want to do this thing we've always talked about, I don't want it to be just a pipe dream. You know, so you might be, it could be something like that. It doesn't have to be like you're toxic AF. It doesn't have to be that. You know, sometimes it happens where the two of you are a couple, you're perfectly happy. You're perfectly happy, but that's just it. Someone doesn't want anything to change. So they're like, you know, put it off a few more years, or something like this. That's what it's giving. The Justice is in the challenge position. So how do we come to an agreement? How do we decide what's fair? Come to a compromise. That's what I read that as. It's the Major for Libra. The Devil's the Major for Capricorn. But I think this is about what would be fair can be compromised. Let's get a message from this person. You hurt me more than you realise. Okay, so someone might not be taking the rejection well. They might see it as like, you know, a rejection where actually you're just trying to manage external circumstances. You're just trying to think about what's best for everyone. What's best for parents, what's best for children. Sometimes we're responsible for, you know, other people in our family. Like, you know, dependents can be our age, you know, and the person has learning difficulties or they're vulnerable for some reason. We're not always just able to be footloose and fancy free, are we? Sometimes, you know, our kids have just had kids and we don't feel like we want to just go off, you know, like and be at a long distance away from them. We want to hang around, like things have changed now. I want to hang around, you know, while the kids are young, while the grandkids are young. They're just examples, but that could be it, something like that. I'm changing. I want to be what you deserve. Maybe that makes sense to you. Maybe it makes sense to you. You inspire me so much. You are my muse. Oh, that's lovely. Okay, so they do feel hurt, but they want to be, the, you know, like the best version of themselves for you. They're inspired by you. Okay, so it might not be you that was like asking, you know, for more time or something. It might be them. Maybe they're learning to be more trusting, more spontaneous, more seize the day. Maybe they're learning to be more patient and not try to steer everything themselves. You know, learning to let you kind of like have your say on things. I don't know. Try not to be a control freak or something like this. Let's get you some relationship advice. The right path. Love is a beautiful journey, and you're on the right path. We've got another one here. Window, a new adventure in love is coming. Get ready. Okay, whatever it is that you're about to embark on, it could really amp up the relationship. It could solidify it, could repair it. It could take it into a whole new kind of like elevation, where you're focused on the two of you instead of, you know, what you do for everyone that's dependent on you. Acceptance, fully accept each other for true love to take root and flourish. Bridge, build a bridge of understanding, crossing the rivers of the soul. You're definitely coming to some sort of compromise. You could have hit some sort of block previously. Hi, Christina. Choose wisely, be discerning, you don't have to keep everything in your net. Coral crown, forgive yourself and others, freeing yourself from the burdens of the past. Okay, so when will you guys come to some sort of agreement over whatever this is, this new venture, this new chapter, this big change or event that's happening? As it does feel big. Don't lose hope. Okay, so it might take a little bit more negotiation, but you will reach a compromise, okay, that you're both happy with. Alright, that was your reading, Cancer. I hope it made sense. I hope it resonates. Don't force it, okay? If you are single and you don't know what she's going on about because I'm single, watch the last reading, okay? Because this is definitely for someone who's committed in a very established commitment, okay? Alright, personal readings are available. Finance readings are going up for members, so check out memberships. Do get in touch if you want a private reading. And I will see you in the next one. Okay, so if you're somebody that wants to get in touch, the email is in the channel description on YouTube, or you can direct message. You can let me know what it is that you're after. I mostly do love readings, but I can do anything that you want. So just ask. Okay, so we're going on to Leo. Where's my cards? Here. Right, any Leos in the house? Happy birthday, Cancers, by the way. You've got a very nice time of year to have a birthday, haven't you? Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for for Leo's highest good. How is Leo feeling in this final week of June 2026 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Leo's feeling, please. That's because I said happy birthday to the Cancers. Right, how's Leo feeling with regards to love? The 9 of Swords. Oh, you're all anxious, you can't sleep, you're up at night. Or, you know, stressing about something in the day. You're stressing. Let's get 2 more cards. The 10 of Wands reversed. So 10 is the end of a cycle. When it's upright, it's being stoic. Yeah, like something's really not good for me, but I'm just going to keep on with it anyway. Same result as banging your head on a wall. You can be too stoic, fire signs. However, it's reversed, so you are dropping the burdens, you're down in tools, you're not doing it anymore, okay? So that's why you were stressing. You've decided you're not, you know, staying in a situation that no longer serves you. It shouldn't be this hard. Queen of Wands reversed. Yeah, you could have really lost like your desire for someone. You could just feel really demotivated, really put off by a situation. You could have got the ick. You might have fallen out of love with this person, or you could just think, I don't know if I like who you are, or we haven't been getting on for a really long time. Is the lighting okay, or do I need to fix that? Hang on. It's a bit bright, that, isn't it? It's, let me just pull the blind down because it looks really dark where the cards are. See if that's any better. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? Yeah, because the Queen of Wands upright is someone who's goal orientated, they're a go-getter, they create goals, they go for them, nothing stops them, they like to look good while they're doing it. Whether you're a man or a woman, it's like a very seductive energy in particular, like quite egotistical, someone who gets what they want. When it's reversed, it's either that accentuated in the direction of overly lusty, too flirty, too confident, pushing other people around. What the heck was that? What was that? Or it could be losing confidence, becoming withdrawn, losing libido, just really not being into, into a situation and creating new goals, actually like feeling like you don't want to go anywhere with it. So that kind of fits, doesn't it, with the other cards that we've got here, anxiety, worry, end of a cycle, choosing not to be in something anymore or push forward with something anymore, getting fed up, losing the motivation for it. Let me just change the angle of this. So it's more focused on the cards. Yeah, you've definitely lost your motivation for this now. They've got the Emperor reversed, so instead of feeling like they're in a leadership role and confident, they could be in Aries, because that's the major arcana for Aries. Instead of feeling like they've got high status and they're someone to look up to, someone to be around, the man who can, or girl boss vibes, woman boss vibes, female boss vibes, the CEO of your life, whether you're a man or a woman. Like this person feels like this has really affected their confidence, it's really affected how people see them, or it's going to. They don't feel good about themselves because of this situation. They've got the Wheel of Fortune in the challenge position. The Wheel of Fortune, when it's upright, is Dharma, which is good karma. Okay, so this is like, I have seen the error of my ways and I'm making it right, or I'm stopping someone from, walking all over me and standing up for myself, drawing boundaries. The universe rewards that kind of enlightenment, that kind of change, that kind of self-work. When it's reversed, it's because we're not enlightened, we haven't learned our lessons, we haven't changed. See, this is the challenge. Now, an emperor can also be, when the reverse, when he's overbearing, over-controlling, a micromanager, pushy, arrogant, overconfident, egotistical. Too focused on what people, how things look to people on the outside. I've got to do this thing so I can tell everyone afterwards that I did it. Too much about reputation, status, achievements. What everyone else thinks. The Two of Pentacles upright, balance, duality. Okay, this is the juggler, and it's an infinite juggling of two priorities, two responsibilities, trying to keep all the plates spinning. Striving for balance, duality. 2's an even number. So someone needs to get something right in terms of priorities, in terms of work-life balance, or giving you enough attention, or working enough, or being less concerned with what people think. Let's get 3 for the outcome. Six of Pentacles upright, Nine of Wands upright, Page of Wands reversed. So the outcome is that you're going to make sure things are fair and equal. You're going to keep working on it, and you don't want a new beginning with a new person. You don't want to start over with someone new. Okay, so things are going to be made more fair in this relationship. They're going to listen to what it is that you've got to say. You're going to listen to what it is that they've got to say. The Hermit, okay, so looking inward. In the story of the Major Arcana, the Fool realises that he must walk this part of the journey alone. The answers lie within him, okay? When you go for a long walk by yourself to just kind of mull everything over, you're trying to get your head clear. You're trying to get away from any distraction because you can't get your head together, okay? Something's really needing your full attention. And you can't ask other people what you think about something. And other people might not be totally honest with you anyway, or they might not know. The only two people that really know what goes on in a relationship is the two people in it, okay? So what you want, you can't ask other people what I want going forwards. You can't do that. And if you get told by other people what you did wrong, but you don't agree with that, that's not self-reflection, okay? This is a card of working on oneself, getting clear, taking time out to kind of really think things over without interference from others, okay? Coming up with kind of what was my part, what was their part, what do I want going forwards. So I do get a sense of reconciling, reunion, fixing whatever was broken. Eight of Swords reversed. Yeah, so now I see a way forwards. Now I'm clear. Okay, so let's get a message from this person. I'm open to starting over if you are. Yep, they want to start over. They want things to be more fair. If they've been too overbearing or not trusted your judgment or let you choose anything, okay, they're going to change that. If they've been untrusting, they're going to change their ways. If they've been too, serious and they're not having any fun, not making any time for you, they're going to stop that. Okay, they're going to give this more time. Whatever it is, okay, that they've not been doing, they're going to start doing it. I'm avoiding our connection. Okay, so they've been avoiding the connection, but they're gonna like start over. They want to like do better. They want to be more balanced in how they approach things. What is it that they love about Leo? You make me feel like a kid again. Okay, so they crush on you a big style. Okay, they feel like they're 17 again when they're with you. When they think about you, if it says that you're typing a message, if you ring them, if you look at them. They got the hots for you, they got a crush on you, they can't cope with it. So yeah, they feel like, very, very excited to see you, happy to spend time with you. So if you're not both feeling like that, Yeah, they are sorry, and they're going to right their wrongs. They're going to give you more time or more attention or more money towards the situation, be more committed, more present. Maybe, sometimes people just, like, with the Emperor energy, sometimes you're very work focused, or you're all about business, or you're very practical minded, and you don't necessarily vocalize like compliments, or you don't necessarily vocalize how you feel, but you may be thinking nice things all the time. If this person's like someone that's busy, maybe they've got 2 jobs, or maybe they've got a side hustle, or maybe their work's just making them really tired, and so they're like, oh, I'm not in the mood, can we go out another time? Or, can we not, like, I'm exhausted, I just really want like a full night's sleep. They've been a bit of a spoil sport, and things have got too monotonous and too routine and predictable, or, they're just kind of like not giving you the good loving, because they're tired all the time. Like, they're gonna snap out of it, okay? Because it's got to the point where it's hindering the connection. Let's get you some advice. I think oh no, it's here, isn't it? I don't know what it was that fell down the back, but we'll get it after, because it's nothing that I need. You went for lunch, what did you miss? We've got more reconciliation vibes here. Release the burdens of the past, let love fly free. Resonance, find the resonance in shared frequencies, feel each other's heartbeat and sing. Dreams. Look to your dreams. They hold all the answers that you seek. So what is it that ideally, what would you like the relationship to be like? Ideally, what would it look like? How would it feel? What's the balance? What's the nice, kind of amount of time together? Or what's the nice, financial situation? Or what's like the ideal activities that you'd be doing? How do you prefer to spend the weekend compared to how you've been spending it? Like, just get clear on what the dream is and share it with each other. Okay, get reacquainted with that. Wild. Believe in your otherworldly beauty, dance with the waves and drink in the sunshine. For some reason, I feel like it's about spending more time together, more quality time together. You could be like ships that pass in the night, or something that happens sometimes when people have shift work or they work weekends. Or if you've got like duties of childcare, you're taxiing your kids about this way and that way, or having to kind of prioritise their social life. And then it's just like you get an hour like before bed, to watch a bit of TV, and then it's go to sleep, and lights out. Like, that's not quality time together. It's not that one that I want, it's this one. serene place. Listen to the whispers of your intuition. That's what that card's about as well. For it is the voice of your soul guiding you towards your highest good. Echoes of Atlantis. Embrace rebirth and transformation, knowing that every ending is a new beginning. Okay, so we do have release. We've got endings and new beginnings. You're dropping what you were angry about or upset about or sad about, lackluster about, okay? It's time to get wild. You're rewilding, getting reacquainted with one another. What was the dream? How was it when you used to speak about moving in together, or when you used to speak about getting married? How did you picture life being? Okay, because you need to make it more in alignment with what the original intention was. Right, when is this going to get onto a less bumpy path? When is it going to be plain sailing? Next month, okay? So I think if you have this conversation now, or someone's workload frees up, or they manage to, change shifts or swap things around. My ex, he would just take annual leave, around sort of work, if work kind of put in a training, even though he's already put down as annual leave, he would be like, oh, I've got to do a training now. And I'm like, that's an average training. They'll be able to give you another one later on in the year because you've got a high turnover of staff. So I'm sorry, but we've got annual leave booked. We're going. It's a holiday that we badly need. We need quality time together. So that used to annoy me sometimes, the way he wouldn't prioritise the relationship, because he was sort of afraid of rocking the boat in work or something. And I'm like, well, what about rocking the boat with the relationship? Work's how we earn money to pay for what's important in life. It's not, it's not that the relationship comes second to work. And it too much kind of goes in that direction when people are people pleasers and they're afraid to kind of say, that's weird because I already booked my annual leave and then someone's put a training in kind of on top of it. It's not going to work. So next month, you might be having happier times. We're moving into, in the northern hemisphere, we're moving into summertime. We've got, more hours of daylight. It makes a huge difference the further north you are. Longer days, nice long evenings, sunset walks, breaks away. Okay, so that was your reading, Leo. I hope it resonates. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel, hype it up, and I will see you in the next one. I am midway through doing finance readings for members, so they're getting uploaded. If you feel like joining and being a member, that's via YouTube. Just click the join button. If you fancy a personal reading because that didn't resonate, or you just kind of want more specific timings, more specific messages, you want to know that it's even your person's reading, that it's them, their message to you. If you're having quite specific issues that you want help with, get in touch. It's £25. Details are in the channel description on YouTube. Okay, on to Virgo. Oh, we've got a Virgo in the house. I think I'm going to have to pause when my family get here. I think they're getting here about 4:30. So I've got time for Virgo on Libra, and then I'll have to, Virgo and Libra, and then I'll have to do the rest throughout the week, because I need to spend time with my family. I don't know why I've taken so long today. I've not been too bad, actually. I think I was just on for like 6 hours last time to get the 12 signs. No, I'm being too hard on myself. It's just because we've got family coming around because it's Father's Day in the UK. I would normally stay on for the 6 hours, but it's like a special day in the UK. So if you're hanging around for, let me type that in a message. So, Virgo. Is it Father's Day in the US as well? Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Virgo's highest good. How is Virgo feeling in this final week of June 2026 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Virgo's feeling. I can see all like families arriving to like houses to visit with like gifts and stuff in our street. What football's on tonight for the World Cup? We've put some flags out just in the back garden. We don't want to look like we're from people, because we're not. They have ruined the English flag for us. I feel like embarrassed like putting it out. 6 of Swords reversed, 6 of Cups reversed, Knight of Swords upright, 7 of Wands reversed. Ooh. There's cards of like emotional upset. Something's gone down in the past. You may feel like you've really lost a soulmate here. You've either like had a soulmate and you feel like you're losing them, or you've lost them, or you've realised this person isn't a soulmate. It's a past person. With the 6 of Swords reversed, there's a lack of closure here. 6 of Cups is a card of nostalgia. It's all the good memories, all the happy times that have built up over the years with someone, or you feel like you've known someone a lifetime. That's reversed. So that's why it's a soulmate card, but it's like the loss of a soulmate. Knight of Swords is like an urgent message that needs to be delivered. It's not always like bad, but it's not necessarily like lovey-dovey. It's like, I need to like spew this out. Seven of Wands upright is like wanting to maintain the high ground, trying to gain the advantage. It's like being competitive. Some people would say defensive, but when it's reversed, you may feel a bit beaten, like the other person's got the upper hand here. Like they're the ones holding the cards, you know, the ball's in their court, and you don't like that feeling. King of Swords upright, Four of Swords upright, the Five of Cups reversed, and Three of Wands. So you've gone from the Knight of Swords to the King of Swords. See, this is interesting here. There's a lot of thinking and strategizing going on. We're recovering from the grief of the situation, and there's now a plan and action being taken. So you could have taken time out while you were upset or sad about the situation, distressed about the situation. I mean, it's air energy, which Virgos are very, very intelligent. So I'm not surprised that you're moving into an air energy from earth energy. But you're usually very caring, very grounded, very practical. And you're in more of an air sign, like intellectualizing things, thinking it through, strategizing, planning. Very, very serious energy, very careful, very thoughtful, very logic based. You're like, there's a way that I need to play this. Queen of Swords reversed. You may actually not want this person back. You may actually be trying to sever ties from this person, cut them loose. Because Queen of Swords energy is very detached anyway. We're moving from the King of Swords upright to the Queen of Swords reversed. So it's more thinking about what's best for everyone, what's best for people on an individual level, and you may feel like angry, upset. You may feel like stuff's happened that's unforgivable. It is a divorce card, the Queen of Swords card, especially when it's reversed. You know, swords, when they're wielded in the wrong way, they cut deep. So you could be, if swords represent communication, you could be blocking someone, you could be refusing to answer their messages, you could be saying blunt things, saying harsh things, and you're giving them what for. Could actually be telling them you want a separation. You know, maybe you don't feel loved by them. Maybe you just recognise that you're not in love anymore and it's no one's fault. Or maybe they're making you feel that way. But so for their cards, they've got the Four of Wands upright with the Fool reversed. So I don't know if this person's like refusing to take a leap of faith into a new chapter with you or a new chapter with someone else, and they're gonna, you know, stand their ground and stay where they are, stay put, but you don't want them to. Sometimes people don't accept, you know, when you tell them like I want a divorce or I want a separation, sometimes they won't accept it. There could be arguments to do with a house, with the 1111 card, the structure that you live in, or the status of your relationship. Everyone knowing that you're, you know, they might not want to tell everyone that you're going on a break or moving out or something. They might not want anyone to know. Right, in the challenge position, we've got the Hermit. So they really need to do some shadow work, some shadow healing. They need to reflect on the situation properly, not answer, you know, from a place of ego and status and, well, you know, what people are going to say or think. They need to really have a look at what's happened here, what's gone on, what was their part, what was your part, what they want going forwards. That's a major arcana. In the story of the major arcana, the Fool realises that he must walk this part of the journey alone because the answers lie within him. It's not about going for a walk with someone and asking them, how do I feel about this situation? Only you know how you feel about a situation. And really, the only two people that know what happened in a relationship, the two people that were in it, you know. So it's about being honest with yourself. And listening to your own guidance, internal guidance, and being honest with yourself about what was your part, what was their part, what do I want going forwards, what's realistic going forwards. Knight of Pentacles reversed. Yeah, so the Knight of Pentacles upright is someone that wants to invest. They're in active pursuit. Pentacles represent money. So this is a person that, you know, wants solid commitment. However, with it being reversed, they could be taking that away, or they're trying not to talk about that because they know you don't want it, even though it's what they want. Let's get 3 for the outcome. What will be the outcome? There's such a lag on the video when I'm watching it on my laptop. It's like a few minutes behind. We've got the Moon reverse, so someone is petrified, okay? This is the major for Pisces. When it's upright, the Fool realises that he must walk forwards anyway, even if he's afraid. When it's reversed, you know, it's like being overcome with fear. So we're not kind of prepared to go into a situation or let go of something or walk forwards and move into the future, you know, and do what needs to be done because we're just overcome with fear. The Emperor reversed with the Ten of Wands reversed, the Empress upright. Ooh, okay. We've got divine counterparts with the Emperor and the Empress. Five of Pentacles, feeling a state of lack. The Empress, major for Taurus and Libra shared, but it's about knowing your worth, feeling, confident in who you are. It's a nurturer, the ultimate nurturer, protector, provider, queen of like making a nest. And, she's depicted as pregnant, but she's pregnant with ideas, possibilities. She attracts abundance. She works hard. But she's able to recover because everything within her is all that she needs. In fact, I think the lesson of the Empress is to fend for herself and become abundant, not waiting for someone to come and save her. So it's about being able to learn and grow to be self-sufficient like an Empress. Now, the Empress is upright. Ten of Wands reversed. Not pushing forwards with something and being stoic, but choosing to, complete a cycle. The Empress reversed, so the Emperor's not feeling confident. The Emperor is losing confidence, or is, taking a knock to the ego, a blow to the ego, or is concerned with what people will think. They could be in Aries, because it's the major arcana for Aries, but they don't have to be. So the Emperor, is large and in charge. An ego the size of, the bank statement, which is usually big. Well, having an overly large ego can be a problem, because sometimes they bite off more than they can chew, and they got to swallow their pride. Sometimes they're not, ready for something yet, and they kind of rush in. It's like fool energy. Now this person has lost confidence. They've been knocked. Their crown's been knocked off the head because they're reversed. I'm assuming that you are the Empress, but it doesn't determine gender, okay? It could be that you're the Emperor and they're the Empress, but I'm looking at what we've got on the spread so far. And actually, what I've just been saying about the Fool being Aries energy, and they're unwilling to kind of take a new chapter or a new leap. It could be that they don't want to leave and take a new leap of faith with someone new, and they're determined to stay, or it could be that they don't want a new chapter or something like this to be happening, where they have to give up the house, and that's why that structure's there, or they have to give up their label of being husband or wife, and that's why that structure's there with the 1111 card. But that fits with them being the Emperor, doesn't it? Because the Emperor's reverse, which is like lacking confidence. Knight of Pentacles being held back, that kind of offer of commitment, not showing the intention to go into the future together, like even if there is one, it's not being offered or conveyed as such. Sometimes people hold that back out of ego because they're pissed off, or they're upset, or they're worried that they'll be rejected. Because it's interesting that would be a knight instead of a king, isn't it? It's interesting that. But then if it's the Page of Pentacles reversed, I always see that as them trying to withdraw funds, withdraw money from the joint assets, if it's with the Ten of Pentacles reversed. But we haven't got the Ten of Pentacles reversed. We haven't got the Ten of Cups reversed. We've got the Four of Wands upright with the Fool reversed. So it's something to do with a new phase. But I will get messages from them. The lovers is in the challenge position, okay? Is the love there? Are we meant to be together? Are we soulmates after all? Do they love me back? Do they love me back? If it's reversed, it's a no. If it's upright, it's yes. Love is requited. If it's reversed, it's unrequited love. In the challenge position, this is what we don't know. Okay, it's the major arcana for Gemini. So let's get messages from them. I wish you had understood my side of the story. I wish you had understood my side of the story. I'm going to tell you how I truly feel. Ooh. What is it that this person loves about Gemini? Sometimes when I'm busy, I pause to think of you and it's like a breath of fresh air. See, when I've got the Emperor and the Empress, I do take it as that you are in an established connection with each other. I take it as that you're older, you own property. Older meaning you're not 18 or 19 or like in your 20s. You know, it's mature people, middle-aged or older or late 20s but mature, acting. I wish you had understood my side of the story. I'm going to tell you how I truly feel. What's the messy truth about this connection? Woke up different, shifted energy, done tolerating, silent strength. Okay, so you may have felt like you just were going with what you felt was right at the time. You'd have given the circumstances, you had to end it, you know, and you just like weren't going to fuss about it anymore. With what they were, you know, doing or offering you, it just was, you know, was what it was. Like, they left you with no option. Bottled up, many unexpressed emotions, time bomb holding back. Yeah, so this person has not been, their throat chakra's been closed, they've not been speaking what it is that they want and how they feel. Crossed paths, a mismatch of intentions, clashing perspectives, a journey misled seeks alignment. Knowing they fucked up. Okay, so they are taking responsibility for something they did. Enjoying a gossip, watching shit go down. See, I don't know when that comes out, if that's them enjoying the gossip or other people are enjoying the gossip or you're kind of enjoying watching their downfall because they did something to you. I always wonder about that card, but it's caused tongues to wag or raised eyebrows, whatever it is. But they know it's their fault, but they do wish that you'd heard their side of the story. Soul contract, soulmates, partnership, spiritual union. Okay, so I would say that you are the lovers. With the Emperor and the Empress and the Lovers card, this is a very powerful duo. But it's kind of giving that whatever happened is like, you know, put this into question. And it would need to be repaired. What's the unspoken truth? Time healed me, but it doesn't erase you. You are worthy of love, no proof is needed. I thought we had more time. So it could have been quite unexpected if you were in separation with this person. Like, you just never ever thought you would find yourselves in this situation. I mean, people don't, do they? Let's get some advice. Find safety in your beacon's light. So all you have to do is look at how you feel about this person. Okay, you're going to answer your own question. How do you feel about them now? How do you feel about them now? Okay. Can you trust them? If you know you can trust them, then there's no problem. If they convey that they're sorry, but it's like the millionth time that they said sorry, it can really like just get really boring. But if you see like a change in behaviour, or they tell you something they never told you before, and you can see like them opening up more, you can see change, that's, you know, that's obviously better. You could have them on probation, couldn't you? Resolution. Okay. Face conflicts with courage. Find the key to unlock understanding. Dreams. Look to your dreams, then hold all the answers. They hold all the answers you seek. Okay, so in an ideal situation, what is it that you would like for the two of you to look like, or act, or be? You know, you have to share what your vision is for the two of you, and then they have to answer, you know, like if that's what they want, and, you know, promise to kind of work towards it in a very tangible way. Guardian star. Guardian star, guardian of the ocean, providing you with protection and strength, feel safe and peaceful. Oh. Oh my god. I feel like you're getting like divine strength. You're getting support from your archangels at this time to deal with this situation, you know, in a way that's kind of graceful. And yeah, I feel like someone's watching over you, someone that's passed on, or like, you know, just your spirit team. They're going to reach out and they're going to speak to you, okay? They're going to tell you how they really feel. They feel, you know, like upset, but they do know that it's, you know, they've done the wrong, but they would like you to kind of listen to what they've got to say. Keep your boundaries, but also explain what you do want the relationship to look like. Okay, what is it that you dream of things being like? How, you know, in an ideal world, what would like the best case scenario be for the two of you? What does that look like? And explain it to them. And if they want it, you know, then it's a green light, isn't it? When is this person going to reach out to Virgo to have this conversation? Because it says that they're going to open up their throat chakra and speak to you. It's not the right time yet, okay? So there's nothing that you need to do. They are going to get in touch, but I would just picture what it is that you do want, what your vision was originally, or, you know, if that's changed over time, like what would you like it to be like now? Think happy thoughts, think of like the ideal scenario, because when you speak to them, you know, they're probably going to get in touch first, aren't they? But you need to be able to communicate effectively and say, like, this is what I would really like for the two of us. Share your vision. Okay, so if you've been in no contact, there could be a little bit longer. That might go on a little bit longer, but they are going to speak to you. I'm going to tell you how I truly feel. Alright, that was your reading. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel. If you want a personal reading, they're £25. Finance readings are currently being uploaded for members. And I will do another instalment of how to read tarot this week. It's a busy time of year, so I would like to be more timely with posting stuff, but I've just got to work around workload, and it's gone mental with end of year assessments for every year group, and then year 10's been doing the mocks, and they're just like, oh my god, what did I get? And I'm like, you know what I mean? I've got a load of stuff to mark, so just be patient with me. It's building up to a kind of crescendo, and then it's all collapse in the summer, so we're going to do Libra, and then I'm going to be doing the other signs throughout the week. I do work and then pottery on a Monday, back late on a Tuesday, but I'm sure I'll be able to get a couple of signs done Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay, so just bear with. It's Father's Day today in the UK, and apparently in the US as well, so you know, I've got to spend time with my family this evening, otherwise I would just kind of like push on, but it's good because it'll mean that I spend time with my family and not just on the computer the whole weekend, because yesterday literally I spent a whole 24 hours just uploading readings and doing the business readings, so like I literally have a working weekend and then go to work all week as well in the teaching job. So I'm like, oh my god, this is why we have special occasions, isn't it? So that we do actually get time together. See, that's what will happen. Okay, so Libra reading, and then the other signs will be throughout the week. I'll try and jump on and do them live so you can get connected with me. You're welcome, Christina. The readings are about 30 minutes. I just started. I had a delay because the sound was bad, and it's because readings were still uploading for members, so it just interfered with like the stream. But I usually get like 6 signs done in 3 hours, and I can't stay on for 6 hours because I've got people coming round today. But it's alright, we'll do them through the week. I think there'll be a lot of tarot for people to watch today, and then I tend to get like a lot of channels posted throughout the week, like Taurus readings seem to come out on a Tuesday, because I think they start working through the signs, don't they, the other channels, so it's fine. Maybe one day I'll be doing this full time. That'd be amazing. And then I can just post each sign each day. Okay, on to Libra. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Libra's highest good. How is Libra feeling in this final week of June 2026 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Libra's feeling, please. Right, that's weird. So we've got the Nine of Cups upright, and in the challenge position, we've got all of these. We've got the Three of Pentacles, the Queen of Cups, the Six of Pentacles, the Ten of Cups, and the Two of Cups. So if I were to look at them this way, because some of them are reversed, if the Three of Pentacles is upright, wanting to collaborate, the Queen of Cups is reversed, which is like someone trying to heal. They're awash with emotion. It's like Atlantis down there. Death card reversed, unfinished business, emotionally not moved on. Six of Pentacles, something was unfair. Ten of Cups, wanting to collaborate, wanting to be happy. Two of Cups, being in love. Okay, it being mutual. Let's try them the other way. Lack of collaboration, okay, having an open heart, wanting change, wanting things to be equal, wanting everyone to be happy, feeling like, no, everyone's like unhappy in the situation and there isn't mutual love. So this is what's in question, okay? Are we going to do this or aren't we? Are we going to go legit or aren't we? You are someone, Libra, who is happy solo. You don't need anyone else. You're not codependent. You just want to know, are we going to do this or aren't we? Eight of Swords, okay? Feeling stuck, feeling like there's no solution to this problem, like there's no way out. But that is perception. Page of Cups reversed, okay? Closing off emotions. I just shook my head then because it's such like the universal problem is that when someone just won't give you a clear answer, or when, you know, you're just stuck in limbo, this is what it does. It causes people to shut down. It's such a problem in situations like this. My tummy is rumbling. Queen of Wands reversed. This is what they've got now. Queen of Wands reversed. So the Queen of Wands upright is when your solar plexus is highly activated and you are enthusiastic, optimistic, confident, arrogant even, you know. You go after what you want and you look good while you're doing it. It's a seductive energy, the Queen of Wands. High Sagittarius vibes. Heavy Sagittarian energy. You know, the archer aims, shoots, you know, and scores. Like they don't miss. They make sure that they don't miss. And if they do, they have another go at it. You know, it's a very determined person, someone who, you know, can operate alone. But they're ambitious and it kind of rubs off on people. Queen of Wands reversed. It can also be the other man or the other woman if there's a third party dynamic, but I'm not getting that at the moment. Queen of Wands reversed could be someone who's lost confidence, they lack ambition, they lack desire. They could be feeling a bit bad about themselves at the moment. Or they could be overly controlling, over passionate, over eager, a bit pushy. Okay, either way it's insecurity, isn't it? Whether you're boasting about yourself and bossing everyone else about, or whether you're shrinking back and you're hiding your light under a bushel and selling yourself short, it's insecurity either way. So a reversal's, not great, but it doesn't have to be as dramatic as all that. Right, there's a load of cards here. I always read from the back. 6 of Swords reversed, 4 of Cups reversed, 2 of Wands reversed, unfinished business, becoming open to emotion, procrastination, a choice needing to be made, the Temperance reversed, impatient, could be getting angry. That's a major for Sagittarius as well. Queen of Pentacles reversed, the Empress upright, the 5 of Cups upright, the 10 of Pentacles upright, the 3 of Swords reversed. Recovery from heartache, heartbreak. There's lasting generational wealth. The 5 of Cups is grief, sadness, loss and regret. The Empress is someone who knows their worth. The Queen of Pentacles reversed could be spending a lot of money or losing a lot of money. So, Libra, there is a living situation. You know your worth. Sorry, this is the other person, isn't it? This is the other person. There's grief, sadness, loss or regret. There's unfinished business. So this is an existing connection that's hella established. It's giving like pulling your energy back because you're kind of cutting your losses when it comes to the 5 of Cups, grief, sadness, loss, regret, knowing your worth. I think this person is cutting their losses because they are healing from heartbreak and they were heartbroken. But it's kind of like it's already done. They've done their grieving, they're starting to move forwards. After grief comes healing, doesn't it? Progression, meeting new people, or just being by oneself and doing shadow healing. But this person knows that it's over. There could have been some procrastination. There could have been a little bit in denial about this for a while. Crosswords are not supposed to be easy. That's good. It's like a Chinese proverb. It's very profound, very bit. Say the long arse readings without saying the long arse readings. And it's okay. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. 8 of Pentacles reversed. Yeah, there's no growth and expansion here. Okay, they're resigned to the fact that there's no growth and expansion here. 6 of Wands reversed, lack of success, lack of victory, lack of recognition. So the opposite of success is failure. The opposite of victory is to lose the battle. The opposite of recognition is to feel ignored or feel defeated. Yeah, to feel like invisible. underrepresented, not listened to. The Magician reverse, we don't have the tools to succeed. We don't have them, okay? It's the first time the Magician's come out today, and it's in the reverse. The Magician has all 4 aces. They have all the tools to succeed. If you haven't got the Ace of Cups, if you haven't got the love, how can you succeed? If you haven't got the Ace of Pentacles, if you haven't got the abundance, how can you succeed? If you haven't got the Ace of Wands, the drive, the passion for this, how can you succeed? If you haven't got the truth with the Ace of Swords, if you haven't got clarity, how can you succeed? Okay, so there's none of those things. There's a lack of clarity, a lack of finances, a lack of passion, desire, or a lack of love. Yeah, it could be a bit of all of those things, you know. And it could be the pink elephant in the room. So we've got the Emperor in the challenge position and the High Priestess in the challenge position. This person, or you, them or you, is going to follow what they feel is their true path in life now. Okay, that is like the challenge. What is my true path in life? Because we've got the Emperor and the Empress, right? But there's clearly like it's now or never kind of thing, and it's looking like never. Okay, it's looking like never because you don't have the tools to succeed. And this person has done their grieving. They've actually done their grieving. So there's only one thing left to do, and that is face facts and move forward. Yeah? You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. I am so hungry. I want a nice salty bag of crisps because I don't think I've got any olives or anything like that. There might be a bit of ham somewhere. Okay, so if they were going to speak to you, then they would say, I want to make things right between us. But often we feel that way and, you know, we still can't make it happen. Just because we're thinking stuff like that or saying stuff like that doesn't mean it can be fixed. They are devastated. They're absolutely brokenhearted. They've grieved for this. You know, they could have cried. They could have got depressed. They could have really isolated themselves from people. It could be the only thing they've spoken about to people. I'm going through an awakening. You're in my dreams. I do feel like this person's really trying to find alignment with their, you know, like their true path in life. They're just like, where am I supposed to be? Like, I don't know where I'm supposed to be. You're like an astronaut that's being like, you know, detached. They come detached from like the shuttle or the spacecraft, and they're kind of floating around and they just don't feel grounded, and they feel like they don't feel like they've got a plan. Like they don't feel like this was part of the plan, like to be cut loose, or they're not actually like sure how to fix it. So they kind of resign that, you know, when you're like, what's the word when like people kind of feel like the numbers up, so they just kind of like accept fate. Yeah, they've accepted fate, this person. What is it that this person loves about Libra? Thank you for being so patient with me. So they're sort of saying it's testament to you, Libra, that you've been able to deal with this for so long. You're such a strong person. You're very independent. You're very emotionally independent. You know, some people wouldn't be able to survive if they had all these question marks around a current, you know, love situation. What's the messy truth about this situation? Stalking the socials, watching, lurking, secretly obsessed. I never meant enough. Unseen, unchosen, rejected. Broken trust, lies, cheating, promises shattered. So broken trust doesn't mean that someone's definitely cheated. That might resonate for some of you. But I think this is, you know, feeling breadcrumbed, feeling led on. Like someone's painted a lovely picture of what the future could be like. Sometimes we breadcrumb ourselves, don't we? We gaslight ourselves and we're picturing all kinds of, you know, future for ourselves. Some kind of beautiful scenario with light shining out of every like corner of the picture. Like it's in a halo, you know, because there's what you want and hope and wish for, what you dream for, and then there's reality. And when things aren't going the way that we want them to be, that can be a hard thing to face. So, you know, it says it could be lies, it could be cheating, it could be just broken promises. There's been some sort of realisation. But this person fully, like, in full belief, because you don't grieve if you don't think it's over. Like, so this person got to the point where they've grieved for this relationship. I'm not quite sure what's gone on here. Let's have a look. Alone. You feel like you're in this situation all by yourself, but it won't be like this forever. Show off. Needs to prove themselves. Insecure. Exhibitionist. So someone could have been putting on a facade. They could have been spending more than what they earn, or they could have been talking a big game, and then they haven't actually got the resources or the finances or the situation to back this up. Sometimes they haven't got the legal situation to back something up. Shards of love. Past trauma leaves scars. Take time to heal yourself. Okay, someone has got scars from previous relationships. Could have caused trust issues or a worry that someone can't meet the standard. A belief that everything ends. A belief that people always cheat or people always want me for my money. There's a hater involved. Court. Uncovering evidence, getting exposed or cheating revealed. Okay, so there's been some sort of skeleton in the closet, some sort of secret. Let's continue. Soul contract, soulmates, partnership, spiritual union. Oops. What's the unspoken truth? I really thought you'd always be here. There's a sense of abandonment. There's a sense of someone giving up, walking away, letting you down, or you letting them down. Okay, this person going through an awakening, they're reaching a higher state of consciousness, they do want to make things right. You're in their dreams, but you don't actually have the tools to make this work. Okay, there's something financially off, or legally off, or something. It feels like more practical, because they obviously have a lot of emotion, like they're devastated. They've actually grieved for this because they feel like it's over. They don't feel good about themselves. They need to really get in alignment with where they're supposed to be in life. Okay, so it's kind of on them, isn't it? It's kind of on them, the next move. When are they going to reach out? And we'll get you some advice. I feel like I just crushed that card. Hang on, I'm not sure what to take. Here we go, that's definitive. Springtime. Release any attachment to timing though. Well, it's spring now. In fact, we're going into summer, so it could be spring next year. There's going to be some sort of big change in this situation, whether it's now or this time next year. Sorry, that's a bit vague, but I would say that we're going past spring, but I don't know. Depends where you are. We've had hailstone and all kinds of weather recently. I suppose it's hot and it's raining a lot, so we are still in spring. Right on the end of it. What's the advice from the universe then? Because you know what you want. And we know that you mean a lot to this person. A lot. You've already been really patient with them. Optimism. After each rainstorm, there will be clear skies. Things are going to get better. Okay. You're a strong person, Libra. You're a happy person. You're an optimistic person. High tide. Embrace transformation and harness the energy of change to fuel your growth. Sorry, it's a bit cryptic, but I feel like it's on them, isn't it? Like the question still remains, like, are we going to do this or aren't we? History. Write your history together. Map out the future. Alone time. Spend some time alone. It will help you gain clarity on your relationship. Heartbreak. Heartbreak is a part of the human experience. It will pass. It's a difficult one. I can't see which way this is going to go. I can only tell you that you mean a hell of a lot to this person. They don't know where they're going in life, Libra. They are confused beyond belief. They are going through a kind of spiritual awakening, so it could be that they get in touch with you soon, or it could be like in a year's time. They suddenly feel like they're clear where they're headed. I think it's more likely to be. I don't know, it just depends what you've been through and what you're dealing with in yourself, if you're them. But you're a very happy individual, you're not codependent, you're going to be fine either way. You've already been very patient with this person, that's what they love about you. Stay being the optimistic person that you are, because you are a ray of sun, you're a social butterfly, you are resilient, you are able to sail through any storm, okay? You're the person that strives for balance, and you provide a lot of balance, so... Okay, the advice is to have some time alone, you know, have a little break away with the girls or with the boys. I don't know about a break away with the boys. Maybe don't do that. Spend time with family, or, you know, friends if you like fishing, or, you know, if you work out. I don't think a workout at the gym is like a time when... I don't know, how do men open up about stuff? How do men open up about stuff? I don't know. I feel like fishing is one way, kind of like not doing that much for long periods, you probably end up chewing the fat a bit. Or if you're like persistently training towards something and you're in the gym for a lot of hours each day, you know, someone could become like a confidant. I don't know. You might just think, I don't want to see anyone in a love respect, like a love life kind of respect. I just want to have a little time away with my family, or I'm going to go on a little retreat, you know, by myself, like for a few days or a couple of weeks. I was away for 4 days, felt like I'd been away for a month. My mind was so clear about when I came back. It was like clear as day. And I felt really, really different. Really, really different to what I felt before I left. So I think sometimes physical distance helps, you know, like if you go, I think maybe it was the fact that I was out my routine and it was just me enjoying myself doing things that I've always wanted to do. But it doesn't have to be that you go on a bloody sabbatical for 7 months, or it doesn't have to be that you go on a gap year. It doesn't have to be some expensive thing or some long ass thing, but sometimes just getting out of a situation and physically removing yourself, putting yourself at a distance, can allow you to see a different perspective. Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't take that, but it is talking about having alone time. Like, sometimes you can watch a documentary and it shifts your perspective. Sometimes you can watch a movie and it can shift your perspective. You know, some movies are mind-blowing. You come out thinking, God, I feel like completely different, or I don't know. It doesn't have to be something super long-term, but you're being urged, Libra, to stay. I think both of you, I think possibly you're very good at this anyway because you're quite independent. You're not codependent, but this person needs to do the same. They need to learn to be like that. It feels a little bit twin flamesy, so let me pull a card. Do you miss me the way I miss you? Now's not the time. So you got that twice. Yeah, because this is to do with their personal growth, their personal development, okay, their spiritual enlightenment. They're probably receiving downloads from the universe. So, like, you just need to focus on yourself, give them that space. I think you already know how to do that. So you're really good at that. Stay optimistic, all right, Libra, because you've got a fantastic future ahead of you. And it looks like you live a really good life already. I think I've pulled everything I can for you. Embrace transformation and harness the energy of change to fuel your growth. Yeah, like if you think about all the plants that are in competition with each other, if you think about packs of animals that are in competition with each other, they tend to do better when they find their own space. So I think you've got your own space, but this person needs to find theirs. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm profound as fuck, to be honest. I feel like a fucking oracle at this point. Alright, so keep on as it looks like you're already doing. You're doing a great job. I have uploaded some finance readings for members. I'm going to be uploading some more. I'm going to be doing the next instalment of How to Read Tarot, and I'll be reading the rest of these signs on lives throughout the week, okay? I've got family coming round very shortly, so I need to make myself available to them for this special day. And thank you for being patient. Alright, take care, have a lovely rest of your weekend, and I'll see you in the next one. If anyone wants a personal reading, the £25. Details are in the channel description. Okay, but I made a little sign as well, so I don't have to keep saying it. Alright, take care. Thank you for dropping in, Varian Redbeard, and everyone else that's come and say hi today. I feel like it's like the old days when we had like a lot of people coming into the live. It's good. So I think people have realised that I'm back now. I'm back, guys. Have fun as well. See you soon, everyone.